Time and Date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Stefan.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the Devil's Horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on Time and Date. And subscribe to join us next time. And we are back. We were here 2 weeks ago streaming a partial solar eclipse. I'm Anna Buckle. This is Graham Jones, and we're here for a total lunar eclipse tonight from the Time and Date studio in Stavanger, Norway. Next 4 hours, we're going to be looking at a total lunar eclipse. We're in for an hour and 25 minutes of glorious totality. So, Graham, what are we in for?
Yes, Anna, as you say, tonight we have a total lunar eclipse. The eclipse started about an hour ago with the penumbral phase of the eclipse. This is where the moon starts moving through the light outer part of Earth's shadow. The partial phase of the eclipse, where the moon starts entering the Earth's umbra, the darker inner part of the Earth's shadow, that is starting in around about 4 minutes from now, on the left-hand side of our screen, we have the timeline showing the various stages of tonight's eclipse. And in the bottom right corner of the screen, we have the UTC clock showing the time right now. At the moment, in the middle of the screen, we have these glorious pictures coming in from the Time and Date Mobile Observatory in Tucson, Arizona. The full moon is looking magnificent there, and we can see the Earth's dark shadow is starting to approach the top of the moon as we see it on the screen. So yes, as you say, we have about an hour and 25 minutes of totality coming up in tonight's eclipse, and we have telescopes lined up across the globe to capture this event. I think we can bring up a map with our stream locations for tonight's eclipse. We've got locations across North America, the Pacific, and Australia. So we've already mentioned the Time and Date Mobile Observatory in Tucson, Arizona. We have 2 feeds coming in from Hawaii. We've got Ichi Tanaka and his team at the Subaru Asahi Star Camera. And we have Preeti Krishnamurthy and Avinash Surendran, who are the Starry Nights. They have got their telescopes set up in Waimea, Hawaii. We have moonrise coming up tonight in Western Australia. We are again collaborating with Matt Woods at Perth Observatory, and at around about 10:43 UTC, we should be seeing the moon rising in Perth. As always, of course, dependent on the weather. There are some clouds around in Western Australia at the moment, so fingers crossed for our feed from Perth. We also have a feed coming in from New York. This is from Kat Troche at the Amateur Astronomers Association. At the moment, we have beautifully clear skies in New York.
Cat.
Absolutely. And one thing to look forward to in New York, around about 10:30 UTC.
UTC clock right below us.
That's it. Around about 10:30 UTC, we might start to see the moon moving behind the Manhattan skyline as we move towards moonset on the east coast of the United States. So we have a lot to look forward to tonight.
There's a lot coming up, but what is not coming up, unfortunately, are our friends Dave Decker and Gary Hawkins from the San Diego Astronomy Association. They were supposed to be streaming with us for the 5th time. This is the first time they've been completely clouded out and not been able to send us any images. We were supposed to be in Roswell with the mobile observatory. We couldn't stay there. There were clouds, so we sent the mobile observatory west to Tucson, Arizona, and we're happy about that. We're looking at some gorgeous images of the moon here. But Roswell, we're going to go back. There's an annular eclipse next year, so that's why we were trying to do it from there. So we'll see if the clouds stay away for that. Also coming up, we've got an interview with our friend Matt in Perth. We've got Peggy Boleyn in Roswell. We've got our mobile observatory in Arizona. And in about half an hour from now, we're going to be talking to lunar scientist Noah Petro from NASA. So stay with us. Be sure to have a look at timeanddate.live. We've got all fun things happening there with information behind the scenes about our partners, tweets of people watching the eclipse from where they are. So stay with us and we'll be back here soon. And here we are again, and we're looking at some gorgeous images from Tucson, Arizona. That's the Time and Date Mobile Observatory there, bringing us those pictures. We've got some live images from Waimea, Hawaii. That's the Starry Nights, sending us those gorgeous images there. And then we've got this beautiful image coming in from New York. We can see that Earth's darker inner shadow is eating away at all these different aspects of the moon, Graham. Why do they look different?
Right. So the partial phase of this eclipse started about 13 minutes ago, and all of our stream locations are watching the same eclipse happen at the same time. One of the differences is that all our locations have different local times. It's different times of the night.
Yeah.
So the moon is in a different place in the sky. In Hawaii, for example, the local time right now is about 20 past 11 in the evening on the Monday. So we're coming up to midnight, and the moon is pretty much overhead in Hawaii. In Tucson and in New York, we're into Tuesday morning. In Tucson, it's about 2:20 in the morning. In New York, it's 4:20 in the morning.
Yep.
We're heading towards the end of night. The moon is heading towards moonset. So the moon's in a different part of the sky, and the orientation of the moon as we see it in the sky is changing. Another thing we should mention, Anna, is that everybody's using different equipment, different telescopes, different setups, different zoom levels, and that gives us a very different image of the moon as well. Different sizes, different colors, different shadings. And telescopes can also flip the image of the moon. Some telescopes can flip it top to bottom, others left to right. Our feed coming in from New York, for example, that's in fact a flipped image of the moon left to right. If you were looking at this partial eclipse in New York in the sky right now, then you would actually see that dark bite of the Earth's shadow on the other side of the moon.
So basically, we're all looking at the same moon, but it's at different times in the sky, which changes the aspect. And then we've got equipment that also can flip the whole image and make it look like the dark side's coming from the other side.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We've got our lovely timeline here because everybody who is on the night side of Earth can see a total lunar eclipse. So if it's dark outside, you can go outside, you can see the eclipse. And as you can see from our timeline there, that is a really good, handy countdown for us to use. The penumbral phase is already done, the first penumbral phase, and we're almost a third into the partial phase of this eclipse. Totality, less than an hour to go. You can see the UTC time right below us here. That's easy to use with the timeline there. The moon is going to be eaten away by Earth's umbra, its dark inner shadow, and you're going to see pictures of it right here for the next almost 4 hours. We've already started the show, so we've eaten into those 4 hours as well. But who can see it, Graham?
Right. So that's the big question, of course. You can enjoy our stream here on Time and Date, but who can go outside and see it in the sky tonight? Well, as you said, Anna, a lunar eclipse is visible from anywhere on the nighttime side of the Earth. This is a full moon. A full moon is on the opposite side of Earth to the sun. So when the sun sets, the full moon rises and the full moon is up all night. We can go and take a look at our Time and Date moonlight world map to have a look at who can see the moon in the sky at the moment. So this is our moonlight world map. The globe is divided into two. The moon is over the Pacific at the moment, more or less directly above Hawaii, as we were saying. So anyone on that side of the Earth can see the moon in the sky. On the other side of the globe, we can just see the sun is overhead over southern Africa at the moment. That's the daytime side of the Earth. This is a moonlight world map. So on this map, the light area is where you can see the moon, and the dark area is the daytime side of the globe where you can see the sun. So we can see from this map that right now, anyone in North America, it's nighttime. You can go outside and have a look at this eclipse. The western half of South America and the eastern part of Asia, the eastern half of Australia and New Zealand. This eclipse is overhead at the moment. One thing, of course, to mention that the Earth is rotating. So over the next few hours, this moonlight world map will change and the moon will shift to the west. So we will have moonset during this eclipse over the eastern half of North America. And we will have moonrise over Asia and over the western part of Australia, including our stream location in Perth, in Western Australia. Yes, again, looking at the timeline, we still have many hours to go on this eclipse. So as the moon rises, locations in Australia and Asia will see this eclipse at moonrise.
Yeah, and we're going to show you it from start to finish. So stay with us. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes. So we're going to be talking to Noah Petro. He's a lunar scientist at NASA, and he's going to explain about the Artemis 1 mission. And it's scheduled to blast off to the moon next Monday. So let's hope that it's going to go. It's rocket science after all. So we know there's a lot of things that have to be in place. In the meantime, go to timeanddate.live for more information about this eclipse. And we'll see you soon.
Welcome back. We are watching this total lunar eclipse on Time and Date. We have three spectacular views of the moon on the screen at the moment. In our main screen, we have the view from Tucson, Arizona, from our Time and Date mobile observatory. The moon is getting eaten away by the Earth's dark umbral shadow. We're about half an hour from totality. That's when the entire moon will be covered by the Earth's dark shadow, and it will take on that famous reddish tint. On the right hand side of our screen, we have our two feeds from Hawaii. Anna, this is the third time that we've worked with our collaborators in Hawaii. At the top there, we have the stream coming in from Waimea on the big island of Hawaii. This is coming from Preeti Krishnamurthy and Avinash Surendran, who are also known as the Starry Nights. And they've got their telescopes set up on the beach in Waimea. And we hear they're having to contend with big gusts of wind there down by the ocean. But they're giving us beautiful images.
Fairly stable view still, so they must have been weighing down that telescope with something heavy.
Exactly. Yes. Also from Hawaii, and also the third time we've worked with them, from Ichi Tanaka and the team at the Subaru Asahi Star camera. That's the other picture we've got there from Hawaii. This is a camera that is on the top of Mauna Kea, a big volcano in the center of Hawaii's big island. It's positioned next to the Subaru telescope. And if you look very carefully on the right-hand side of the picture coming in from Mauna Kea, you can just see the dome of the Subaru telescope there at the top of this volcano. And yes, we're getting this beautiful wide angle image of the sky there
Because
from
the moon
Hawaii.
is really overhead, right? In Hawaii. We were looking at that map and we were looking at the moon being very overhead Hawaii.
That's right. So on our picture there, it looks like the dome of the observatory is kind of on its side because the camera is having to point straight up because, yes, as we saw, the moon is directly overhead the middle of the Pacific right now.
Yep. And now we're going to welcome Noah Petra to the show. Noah is the project scientist for NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter mission. Oh, that's a mouthful, but I managed to do it. He's also a great lunar enthusiast, or a lunatic, as we like to call them over here. And welcome to us, Noah.
Oh, thank you for having me on. And I hate that my camera is covering over another picture of the moon, but I'll try to make up for it, I guess.
You were just telling us in the break that you were pretty stunned. It's early morning for you, so you have to wake up. But I think you had a bit of a wake up call, didn't you? Oh
yeah, I crept downstairs. Don't want to wake up anybody else in my house. Walked outside, and at first, I have an instinct, like you said, to look straight up, to look for the moon, and I couldn't see it. What's going on? And very low on the horizon here in Washington, D.C. is the moon, and with this beautiful slice taken out of it, I was speechless, which is not great for talking to all of you at 4:50 in the morning, but we'll trundle through
it. But we're about half an hour from totality, and what can people expect to see?
I mean, golly, when we get to totality, and this is actually the before and after reaching totality are really interesting, because right now you can see there's a significant portion of the moon that is still illuminated by the sun. And so that is so bright that your eyes basically can only see that. But the moment that the moon completely passes into the Earth's shadow, and there's no more direct sunlight reaching the lunar surface, you will see the moon effectively transition to this rusty orange reddish color, which is every sunrise and every sunset getting projected onto the lunar surface. So there will be this, I was going to say miraculous, it's not a miracle, it's physics. There will be this transition at totality. And I mean, if my reaction 10 minutes ago of stunned silence is anything, that moment will equally be stunning.
And what's the best way to enjoy lunar eclipse, do you think?
Well, apart from watching along with all of us here on Time and Date, I think the best way is to be, first of all, at a very lucky spot that can see it. So whether you're in DC or in Hawaii, and with clear skies. I think the other important thing is to be in a place that is very free of light pollution. Unfortunately, we can't always control that. I did not go around in my neighborhood last night reminding people to turn their lights off at night. So there's a few, exterior lights on. But if you have a place that's very dim with few obstructions, pretty soon here we're going to be battling the moon being behind trees and buildings. And so if you have a clear spot where you have a view of the horizon, an unobstructed view of the horizon, I think you'll be in good luck.
Yeah. Now, Noah, you're the project scientist for the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter mission. This has been orbiting the moon and sending back reams of data since 2009. What is it that we are still learning and finding out about the moon?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've been at the moon for over 13 years. We're supposed to last no more than 2 years. So it's far too early in the morning to do the math on that. But what we have effectively shown is that the moon is dynamic. We've always known that the moon has moonquakes. Ever since Apollo, at least, we've known that. But now we're able to, with our high-resolution camera and the other sensors on LRO, detect new features that have formed on the lunar surface, specifically new impact craters. So by measuring the amount of change over 13 years, we can predict well, what's going to happen over 10,000 years or a million years, and basically use this very small observation window that we currently have and say, well, if this is the rate at which new impact craters are forming, well, by gosh, the moon's surface is turning over, is churning much faster than we expected based on pre-LRO observations. And so what we're able to do is take what used to be considered a static moon and say, well, here's how static it actually is. When we understand the moon, we can say, well, it must be like this on Mercury or on an asteroid or on Pluto, and take our understanding and extend it across the solar system.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, one of the big moon stories at the moment is the Artemis program. Artemis 1 is scheduled to blast off for the moon next Monday. Why are we going back to the moon with Artemis?
Well, and you have to forgive me for every once in a while for turning my head. I'm trying to orient myself so I can figure out what we're seeing in the picture there. With Artemis, we are building on the legacy of not just LRO, which is, again, beginning to change our understanding of the moon and its environment, but of course of Apollo as well. By exploring the moon, we hope, well, first of all, find volatiles, water that we could use to sustain an extended presence at the lunar surface. What we want Artemis to be is not just Apollo 2.0. What we want to do is take the lessons from Apollo, build on it, and extend the time that we're at the lunar surface, not just from 3 days to 6 days, but from 6 days to weeks to months, to have a sustained presence of humans on the lunar surface, learning how to live on another planetary body. Why do we want to learn how to live on another planetary body? Well, we want to go to Mars. So to do that safely and successfully, we have to learn how to live off of our planet. And in my humble opinion, the next best place to do that is off of the moon. And of course, where we go for the moon, the south pole of the moon has an incredibly dynamic environment. We know that some of the coldest temperatures in the solar system are found deep within craters that receive no direct sunlight. We know that there's volatiles at the surface of the South Pole. We know that there are ancient rocks that can reveal the cratering history of the early solar system. So, to think of our exploration of the South Pole by Artemis as being a bit of a time machine. We're going to be taken back to processes, events that were happening over 4 billion years ago, as well as what's happening today. Even though right now a portion of the moon is being blocked from the sun, normally we have the beautiful solar rays and solar energy hitting the lunar surface. And so learning what happens when that process is going on is really important. And so Artemis will give us this opportunity to learn about ancient past, the present, and then apply that to understanding of what is going to happen to the Earth, to the solar system in the future as well.
Wow. Well, that's a lot. But to take things back to tonight's eclipse, because it's happening right now, you're tilting your head looking at it. What can we learn from a lunar eclipse?
So I want to ask all of the viewers to think about what's actually happening to the lunar surface. So imagine you're standing at the Apollo 11 landing site, which is now completely engulfed in the Earth's shadow. So you would have been standing there. It would have been midday, nice hot day at Tranquility Base, and then all of a sudden the sun starts dimming. So not only is it getting dimmer, the sun is fading behind the Earth, it's also cooling. If you've ever been to a beach on a very hot day, the sand gets really hot, but maybe you're standing on a large rock or you have boulders you can stand on, those stay cooler. Well, we know that the moon's surface reacts to temperature, and normally there's 14 and a half days of sunlight and 14 and a half days of darkness for most of the moon, certainly for the Apollo landing sites. But when the sun disappears behind the Earth, it cools very rapidly, like a cloud passing in front of the sun when you're on the beach. And so what we've been able to do from orbit in previous eclipses, although we're not doing that this experiment with this eclipse, and from Earth-based assets, is actually measure that temperature change during an eclipse, that drastic temperature change. And depending on the properties of the surface, how fine-grained the material is or how blocky the material is, that cooling and heating curve during the eclipse of the surface can be different. So we can actually learn about some of the physical properties of the surface of the moon by watching those cooling curves during eclipses. The Diviner instrument on LRO has made those types of experiments, those types of measurements before. Normally it's measuring that normal 14.5-day cooling and heating cycle during the lunar day. But from Earth, we can do that obviously for near side targets and gain some insight into to the surface of the moon.
Wow. I'm amazed that you can talk about all these really complicated things so early in the morning, but it's super interesting. So basically it's day and night, instead of it having 14 and a half hours of days of day and 14 and a half days of night. You've got it just in a short period of time.
It cools off very rapidly. It's like taking something straight from an oven and putting it in the freezer. And so measuring how rapidly it cools can tell you about the properties of the surface. And again, imagine you're standing on the lunar surface, you're tending to your lunar, and the sun starts disappearing. It's going to rapidly cool down because that energy source, the sun, has just disappeared. Now, in a couple hours, it will come back and it will heat right back up just as rapidly. You don't have that normal, the sun sets and fades very gradually when you get sunset on this, or sunrise on the moon. So this is, again, a unique configuration that we get with these eclipses, that becomes an opportunity to learn something.
Wow. Well, that's super interesting, Noah, and thank you so much for joining us here in the show. And we're going to bring on Matt Woods in Perth when we come back. But in between that, check out timeanddate.live. We've got more information about eclipses. We've got images, tweets, background information. And while you're in there, hit subscribe to YouTube. We've got a lot of live eclipse shows coming up in the future. So we'll be back soon.
welcome back to Time and Date. We are watching a lunar eclipse. And for the past hour or so, the Earth's dark shadow has been eating its way across the face of the moon, turning it darker and darker. And now we are just a few minutes away from the start of totality, when the whole of the moon is covered by Earth's dark shadow. And that's when it takes on this famous blood red color.
We can already see it here on the screen.
Right. So on the screen at the moment, we've got 3 different views of this eclipse. On the big screen there, we have from Waimea in Hawaii, we have a moon that does look like a reddish, orangey-ish blood moon. In the top right corner from the Time and Date Mobile Observatory in Tucson, Arizona, we have the same view of the same stage of the eclipse, but we've got different settings here, because when we come from this transition from the partial phase of the eclipse to the total phase of the eclipse, the brightness of the moon changes. So that edge of the moon, which is still in sunlight, that is still extremely bright. The side of the moon that's completely covered by the Earth's shadow is much darker. So in our feed in the top right corner from Tucson, we have the settings set to pick out that sort of crescent bright edge to the moon. In our main feed on the main screen from Waimea, there the settings have been adjusted to pick up that reddish color of the moon's disk. So we're looking at the same event, the same eclipse at the same time, but different settings are giving us different views of either the brighter edge of the moon or the darker, more reddish tint of the lunar disk.
Yeah. And we're about half an hour away from moonrise in Perth. Right at the start, we were talking about how the moon would set in the east, but it would also rise in the west. And we're going to be talking to our partner, Matt Woods at Perth Observatory. And we've worked with him 5 times already. He keeps coming back and we love him for it. First time we worked with him was in 2018. So we're going to get Matt on here with us. Hello, Matt. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
It's quite bright. Yeah, it's quite bright where you are.
Yeah, we're coming up to sunset now, so yeah. So it's,
and where are you, and who's there with you?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, we've got all our Perth Observatory volunteers. So you saw one behind me beforehand, and but yeah, we're having unfortunately, because it's the moon's rising about 14 minutes before maximum totality, we have a whole set of trees around the observatory. So we've had to leave the comfort of our observatory, which is currently under a lot of cloud at the moment, and come to Matilda Bay. So we're actually on the western side of Perth, and we're looking back towards Perth CBD in West Australia.
Yeah, we can see it right above you there. We've got your beautiful view there, and I can see you've got some clouds there in the horizon.
Yes, yeah, and yes, they're called our mortal enemy. But we did actually have some dolphins beforehand here, so there was a lot of the kids were really, really interested in that as well. So yeah.
Excellent. Well, it's great to see you there with the team from Perth Observatory, Matt. Can you tell us a little bit about the work that goes on at Perth Observatory?
Yeah, so Perth Observatory was actually started in 1896, and we actually created West Australian Standard Time, and so we were one of the big things we were supposed to do was astronomical research. So we were part of the Carter-Seal project at the very beginning to map the entire southern sky as well as the northern hemisphere, and also just to be able to train surveyors and navigators, plus control the time for West Australia as Australia got close to Federation. But some of the more interesting stuff we've done later on, we co-discovered the rings of Uranus. So we made that joke slightly dirtier. But we did actually a lot of work with Comet Halley back in 1986. So unfortunately, I'm a month old when Comet Halley came into the inner solar system. So I'm going to have to wait till 2061 to see it. But we narrowed down the rotation of the comet to about 24 hours, 20 to 24 hours. And they also found cyanogen jets on Comet Halley as well, which is actually a component of tear gas. So that's fairly interesting. And we've done a lot of asteroid searches. We found exoplanets as well. Since 2015, the volunteer group that was set up in 1996 to help the astronomers run the night sky tours, we've actually run the observatory. So the mental patients have full control of the asylum, and it's been great. We've been able to really get the West Australian public into space and astronomy. And we've coming out of COVID, the first lockdown we had here, we've been about 3 months booked out of our night sky tours. So it's with the international borders reopening this year for West Australia, the problem wasn't getting customers it was trying to create spots for the international and interstate people. So it's and it's such a big state. You can go down to the bottom West Australia and it's old English country, and you can go up to the top and you're dealing with desert, red dirt that looks like you're on Mars. Roger, who's helping me tonight, we were at his property in the central wheat belt and doing a workshop for an Orionids 2 weeks ago, and we got Aurora, so we were able to get a time lapse of the Aurora as well. So yeah, not as good as what you guys get in Norway. We're slightly higher on the world. So, but the southern hemisphere has all the best objects. So I suppose we have to give the northern hemisphere something. So
just a little bit there, just a little bit for the northern hemisphere. But it's all happening in the southern hemisphere because there's a total solar eclipse happening in April. And what are your plans, Matt?
Yeah, so we'll be heading up there to Exmouth. So we're probably leaving about a week beforehand, and we're going to be doing some astronomy nights while we're up there, going along the way. So we're going to be at the Kalis Brothers site. So this is about half an hour south of Exmouth. So we get about 56 seconds of the actual total solar eclipse. So it's pretty cool because this one's actually hybrid eclipse, which doesn't usually happen over land. No. So, but this is, I think, the first total solar eclipse of about 3 that happens over 30 years over West Australia gets. So I think the next one's about 2028. So yeah, so I was up close to Exmouth in September. I was in we got up as far as Coral Bay. It was very hard to leave Coral Bay. There's a reef there called the Bengaluru reef. So we got there a little bit early and got to snorkel that, and it's a pretty it's a pretty amazing spot. So, but yeah, Exmouth is definitely going to be pretty cool to be there, and it's a small town. It's about 2,000, 3,000. So it's probably a little bit like Madras in Oregon for the Great American Solar Eclipse. So they've started to really get ready for maybe 10 to 50,000 people to arrive. So yeah.
Okay, well that's yes, that really is something that we're getting excited about.
Yeah,
for next
we're getting
year.
Worked up.
Absolutely.
and don't worry, we'll look after Stefan when he gets here really well. So we'll get him back to you in one piece. So.
Well, that's great. Yes, we've got Time and Date's very own Stefan Thorsen will be coming and joining you. So yes, thank you for looking after him there. And
no worries.
Matt,
we'll make his trip to Santorini a few years ago. It seemed minuscule to what we can do with him here.
Well, that's terrific. And hey, Matt, thank you very much for talking to us this evening. So we can see you've got the sun setting behind you there, and then looking towards the east. We're about 25 minutes from moonrise, but it's going to take a while for the moon to clear those clouds on the horizon.
Yeah, I don't know whether we're going to be able to see totality, but we should probably be able to get the second partial phase. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we go. It's just going to be a shame because this is going to be the last total lunar eclipse that we're going to get till about September 2025. So yeah, I'll have to savor this live streaming because we won't be live streaming a total solar eclipse for you till then.
Well, look, hey, Matt, really, thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you to you and
in Australia. So,
well, exactly, yes. So,
Roger
to
say
recap,
I'm jinxing it. So, yeah.
Excellent. So, hey, we are about 8 minutes into the total phase of this eclipse. We have around about an hour and 20 minutes of totality to come. We have a beautiful image of the red tinted moon on our main screen there, coming from the Time and Date Mobile Observatory in Tucson, Arizona. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the view. Keep an eye on timeanddate.live, where we have pictures from around the world of the event as it's happening. And Anna and I will be back with you very shortly. Just as the moon is rising in Perth, we're also heading towards the moon setting behind the skyline from our feed in New York. So that is the next highlight coming up. So stick with us on Time.
You're watching Time and Date, and we are watching a total lunar eclipse, and we're about 25 minutes into totality. We're looking at a big, beautiful red moon there from Tucson, Arizona, from our Time and Date mobile observatory. And then we're looking at a beautiful, big yellow moon there, depending on the filter that's being used on the moon, from Tucson, Arizona as well. I think that's our solar camera being used on the moon there. So 2 feeds from our mobile observatory, and then we've got quite dim and dark feed from New York, from our friend Kat Trosh. She's in Long Island City in New York, and she's looking across the East River towards Manhattan, and we're waiting for the moon to kind of set behind the New York skyline, maybe even the Empire State Building there. So that's why we're looking at that blackness there. But the full moon is a beautiful deep red color at the moment, and it's much fainter than a normal full moon. We've got the light being filtered and it making it really red, and that makes it easy, like we're looking here at the screen from Mauna Kea, Hawaii, from the Subaru Asahi Star camera. And because the moon is faint, earlier when we were looking at the images from here, it was really, really bright and it was washing out the rest of the sky. But now we actually can see some interesting things in the image there. And what are we looking at, Graham?
Right. Astronomers always have this kind of love-hate relationship with the full moon, because the full moon is spectacular to observe and look at, but also it is normally so bright that it can just wash out the sky and make seeing other interesting objects in the sky extremely difficult. But as you said, Anna, during totality, the moon is much fainter, and it does mean that one of the hidden delights of a total lunar eclipse is that during totality, the stars appear to come out in the sky. And we do have a spectacular view of that here from the top of the Mauna Kea volcano in Hawaii, coming from our friends Ichi Tanaka and his team at the Subaru Asahi Star camera. This is a camera that is pointing pretty much straight up at the moment. Here in Hawaii, the local time there, it's coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning. The moon is pretty much directly overhead. It's actually about 80 degrees altitude, which means it is almost 90 degrees, which is exactly overhead. And we can see the beautiful starry background of the sky there. We can see the Pleiades star cluster there towards the top left side of the moon. And yes, the starry sky is one of the great delights of a total lunar eclipse. There are other interesting objects in the sky at the moment. One of these is the planet Uranus, which reaches opposition tomorrow. Opposition is when a planet is directly opposite the sun in the Earth's sky, and it's normally the best time to observe the planet. It's normally at its brightest. Now, Uranus is generally something you need a telescope or binoculars to see, but around the time of opposition, it is possible to see it with the naked eye. Generally, we can't see it tonight because of that big, bright full moon. The moon is also at opposition tonight. It's also directly opposite the sun in the Earth's sky. So the full moon and Uranus are extremely close in the sky. But as the moon gets fainter and dimmer during totality, it does become possible with a telescope to pick out Uranus in the night sky there next to the moon. In fact, in some parts of the world tonight, the moon does actually pass in front of Uranus. There is an occultation of the planet, in some parts of Asia and Alaska. And for the rest of the world, yes, Uranus is there, just really right next to the moon in the sky.
Yeah.
Other interesting objects in the sky tonight, the planet Mars.
Yeah.
Mars has its opposition next month on December the 8th. That's when Mars will be lying directly opposite the sun in our sky. That's when Mars is at its brightest and fieriest and reddest. And Mars, if you're outside tonight looking up, and if you see a bright reddish star, that will almost certainly be Mars in the sky. Of course, all of these objects you can find on our night sky map, where you can search for different planets in the sky at different times on different dates. Yes, that's all there at our night sky map on timeanddate.com.
And you can find that. You can find our night sky map on timeanddate.com. You can go to timeanddate.live for more info, pictures, tweets, background information. Click subscribe so that you won't miss out on future live streams, and stay tuned because we are going to be back with more.
Welcome back. We're watching a lunar eclipse on Time and Date. The moon is moving through the Earth's shadow in space. And right now, we are in the total phase of this eclipse. The moon is completely within the Earth's dark umbral shadow, and it's taken on this reddish color. Totality during tonight's eclipse lasts for 1 hour, 25 minutes, and we are just over halfway through that period. Yep. It's 11:04 UTC. We have our UTC clock in the bottom right-hand corner.
We've got our timeline
screen
there on the side showing us exactly where we are in the eclipse.
Exactly. And we can see from the timeline that we are just past maximum eclipse. That is the point where the moon is at its deepest point into the Earth's shadow. That's when the moon is at its faintest and at its reddest. So now for the rest of the eclipse, the moon is going to be slowly moving out of the Earth's shadow. We still have about 35 minutes of totality to run. We still have the second partial phase of the eclipse to come. That's when everything happens in reverse compared to what we saw earlier. At the beginning of the eclipse, we saw the Earth's dark shadow eating into the face of the moon. During that second partial phase, we will see the Earth's dark shadow slowly uncovering the moon. At the moment on the screen, we have feeds on the right hand side. We have our two feeds from Hawaii, from Waimea, from the Starry Nights in Waimea, and below them from the Subaru Asahi Star Camera. At the top of Mauna Kea, we have that great sky view taken from next door to the Subaru telescope. And Anna, on our main feed, on the big screen, we have the pictures coming in from the Time and Date Mobile Observatory in Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona. And we had practice that they were going to be in Roswell, New Mexico. And we thought we had a solar eclipse a couple of weeks ago and it was hectic. And we thought this was going to be a quiet one. New Mexico is dry. It's non-cloudy, but Mobile Observatory, our colleagues Konstantin Bikos and Stefan Thorsen had to put their skates on, get in the car and travel 8 hours, 9 hours, I'm not sure. It was a long drive west to Arizona to get clear skies. And I've been hearing here in the break, they've been running on adrenaline and energy drinks because they haven't been getting a lot of sleep between the jet lag and they're getting ready for this eclipse. So we're going to bring on our colleague Konstantin Bikos onto the screen now. And there he is. Hi,
Hello.
Konstantin. How are you?
Hi, Anna and Graham. Nice to see you. I'm
Nice
live
to see
from
you.
Tucson, Arizona. Tired, cold, haven't had a shower in ages, but enjoying the show.
This is so much fun. And how, and we know you ended up in Tucson, Arizona, but how did you choose? How did you end up there?
We have been looking at weather projections for days, every minute of every day in the last few days, trying to find that sliver of blue skies that you can kind of rely on. And southern Arizona in the last few days got more and more secure, the most secure location for us to be to film, to bring you these nice clear images without clouds. So
Yep.
there was no option, unfortunately, to stay in Roswell. We're really sad about this. I mean, it's fantastic and beautiful here in Tucson, but we wanted to be in Roswell with our friends from the Roswell Astronomy Club. But just goes to show nature does its own thing and sent us clouds, so we couldn't stay there, unfortunately.
And you've been literally chasing the eclipse. And tell us a little bit about your adventures over the past couple of days. We've been reading a little bit about it on our live news feed on timeanddate.live, but tell us a little bit about what you guys have been up to since you left HQ in Stavanger, Norway.
Yes. Well, it's been what a trip it's been. We have traveled across the Atlantic Ocean and many hours in a plane and many hours in a car, across the prairies of eastern New Mexico. It's beautiful there, and you feel alone with the sky. It's beautiful. And we got to Roswell and got to meet the lovely folks at the Roswell Astronomy Club and their president, Peggy Berlin, whom I think you will also interview later in the show. And who has been such great help setting up everything in Roswell, and unfortunately we couldn't stay there. And yesterday we got up at 4 o'clock and started driving westward to Arizona, and it was quite a trip. What can I say?
Wow, yeah, that is quite an eclipse chasing adventure you've had.
Literally.
So Konstantin, I mean, it's now it's 4:10 in the morning in Tucson, so we are heading towards the end of the night and sunrise, and the moon is going to be setting. I think we're going to be losing the moon there round about the end of the partial phase of this eclipse.
Yes, correct.
How is the sky looking now, sort of between the moon and the horizon where it's going to be setting? Is it all clear skies all the way down? Is there any cloud lurking?
It's the weather forecasts were right, so at least we got that one right in the bag. So yes, the skies are clear. It's looking perfect.
Excellent, great. So we will be enjoying your stream from Tucson right the way through to the end of the partial phase of the eclipse.
We're very happy about
Wonderful.
that. And if you're interested in more, go to timeanddate.live. There you can read about Konstantin and Stefan's adventures. And we will be back here with this beautiful moon from Tucson, Arizona soon. You're watching a total lunar eclipse on Time and Date, and we've got another 20 minutes of left of totality. The moon is looking still very big, beautiful, and pink there. In New York, the moon has disappeared behind the buildings. It will be setting in Tucson around the end of partial, so we still have beautiful images to go there. In Hawaii, it's still nicely overhead. We can see that up there in the corner in Waimea. It's hanging out there beautifully pink, and then in Mauna Kea there as well, you can see it right on the edge of the dome of the Subaru telescope there. In Perth, the moon is still hiding behind some clouds. We're waiting for it to rise above them so we can show you some images of the moon there. We've got a red moon, we've got a yellow moon, we've got a pink moon, and it all looks a bit funny. And why is that, Graham?
Right, we've seen some very different views of the moon during our live stream tonight. Yes, firstly, as you say, we've seen some very different colors and shadings of the moon. One reason for this is that different setups have different filters and different settings, and they all kind of capture slightly different shades of color of the moon. Right there from Tucson, Arizona, on our main screen, we have that very sort of pinkish, totally eclipsed moon, looking a lot yellower through the view from our other telescope that we have set up. Of course, the interesting question is, what does it look like with the naked eye in the sky? And what we're hearing from Stefan and Konstantin on the ground in Tucson is that the naked eye view of totality is somewhere closer to the yellowish moon. Sort of maybe between the red and the yellow color, something like an orange color. It's actually very difficult to capture that naked eye shading of the moon with telescopes and cameras. So yes, that's why we're looking at different colors of the moons. We're also looking at different orientations of the moon. If we look at the moon in the top right corner from Waimea in Hawaii, we can see that the orientation there is not quite the same as the moon we're looking at from Tucson, Arizona. Now this difference is all down to what time of night we are looking at this moon. So in Tucson, Arizona, as you said, Anna, we're heading towards moonset. We're heading towards the end of the night, and the moon is edging down towards the horizon. In Waimea, we are still in the middle of the night, and the moon is still overhead. Now, this makes a difference to the orientation, because as the moon moves across the sky, it appears to rotate. If you can imagine a speeded up night where you watch the moon, the full moon, rise over the eastern horizon, move across the sky, pass above you, and then set beneath the western horizon, in that speeded up view, you would see the moon appear to rotate as it moves across the sky.
You say appear.
Right. Because it's not really the moon that's rotating in the sky. It's actually us rotating on the Earth. If you can imagine, we watch it rise in the east and set in the west. In between those two events, we have to turn around so we can watch it over the opposite horizon. And when we turn around, that is, we are effectively rotating. So this rotation of the moon, it's actually the observer rotating rather than the moon. But that's another difference that we're seeing in these feeds from different parts of the globe.
Oh, and we've got some images coming in there from Perth. We've got quite a bit of cloud covering, but that's definitely a blood red moon behind there.
There is, yeah. So here we are then. Still fairly soon after moonrise in Perth. So the moon is very low down. There's a lot of atmosphere that we have to see through to get to the moon. Also, of course, the moon is, as we've been talking about, very faint. because it is covered by Earth's shadow. So yes, we are getting some pictures there of a very faint moon, very low in the sky, close to the horizon, through that cloudy sky. And yes, that's great to see from the team at Perth Observatory.
And we're going to leave you here with these beautiful images from Tucson, Waimea, and Perth, Australia. Make sure to check out timeanddate.live for more info about the science of lunar eclipses, and we'll see you back here soon. You're watching a total lunar eclipse here with us at timeanddate.com, headquarters in Stavanger, Norway. Now, we're looking at some beautiful images from across the globe. We've got Perth all the way in Western Australia, and then in the middle there in the Pacific, we've got Waimea, Hawaii. That's the Starry Nights helping us out there. And we've got Tucson, Arizona, our mobile observatory there, showing us a bright yellow image of the moon. And we know that that's got to do with filters and all kinds of stuff. And maybe Perth's got it right. They were talking about an orangey mid-yellow color of the moon. Maybe they're the closest to what you can see with the naked eye. We're not. It's hard to know, but finally, Perth Observatory, the moon has risen and is above the clouds and above the atmosphere, and we're getting some gorgeous, gorgeous images of a totally eclipsed moon there. But we can see that totality is ending pretty much right about now if we're looking at UTC time there and looking at our timeline there on the side, and you can see right at the bottom there on Perth's image of the moon there that it's getting a little bit brighter, a little bit whiter there. So we're going towards the end of totality, but we still have the second partial phase to enjoy. That's the phase where the moon's shadow recedes, where everything happens in reverse and the moon's shadow recedes from the surface, the Earth's shadow, not the moon's shadow. You have to correct me when I say things wrong. It's looking big, it's looking beautiful, and Graham's going to give us some science about this.
Well, as you say, Anna, yes, the moon is looking beautiful and enormous on our screen here. And in a lot of the photos on our live blog, the moon is looking huge in the sky in many of the photos. Of course, when we actually step outside and see it in the sky, the moon is actually rather small in the sky. It has an angular diameter of about half a degree. Now, how big is that?
Yeah, exactly.
So the half a degree as a guide, if you take your little finger and you hold it at arm's length, the width of your little finger is about 1 degree. So the width, held at arm's length is the rough guide. So the width of the full moon is about half the width of your little finger held at arm's length, which is also about the size of the sun in the sky. The moon and the sun have an almost identical size in the sky. This is something, of course, we really see during solar eclipses. We're going to be talking about solar eclipses that are coming up later in the show. And during a solar eclipse, we can really see there that the sun and the moon have pretty much the same diameter in the sky. That raises an interesting question.
Okay.
If the sun and the moon appear to be the same size in the sky, that means that we can say that if the sun is X times bigger than the moon in real life, then it must also be X times further away.
Yeah.
So that when we see them in the sky, they appear to be the same apparent size. So then the question is, what number is X? How much bigger is the sun than the moon, and how much further away is the sun than the moon? Our early astronomers had a go at working this out, and they came up with a number of about 19. 19. They thought the sun was about,
round and nice number.
Right, about 19 times bigger than the moon and about 19 times further away. And that kind of feels like a reasonable number. But in fact, we now know that the number is much bigger than that. The actual number is about 400.
Yeah.
The sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, and it's 400 times further away. And that then becomes a rather remarkable coincidence.
Perfect coincidence there.
Right, like a perfect coincidence. Like the sun and the moon are so different in size, but when we see them in the sky, they are almost the same size. I mean, if we think about it, You know, if the moon was the size of a grape, 400 times bigger, the sun would be the size of a 3-story building.
Wow.
And yet, when we see them in the sky from Earth, they appear to be exactly the same size. That is
It's a little bit of a
yeah, that is a remarkable coincidence.
It is a little bit of a brain explosion situation going there. So please keep watching. We've got totality has ended, but I think the moons are looking fairly beautiful and colored still, pink, purple, orangey, neon. They're looking really beautiful there. And we still have an hour of the second partial phase to go. And we're looking at these great pictures that some of them are from the Time and Date Mobile Observatory. And 2 weeks ago, our CEO, Stefan, was in the Arctic filming a partial solar eclipse with our colleague, Adalbert. And today he's traveled to the US desert with our colleague, Konstantin, that we met just a few minutes ago or half an hour ago or so. Now, we also want to give a mention to all the wonderful people that are working behind the scenes. You see us here on the screen, but we've got people in our air, we've got people in the next rooms doing huge jobs. And the person that's running the amazing live news feed on timeanddate.live, that's our partner. Helping the conversation on social media is Matthew, Kobe, and Ina Maria. Managing everything in the control room, we have Gustav, Jason, Andy, and Anya. And finally, and not the least, we have our special mention to our designer, Ingvild. She's been producing the graphics and on-screen info for these shows since the start. And she's been playing a key role in emotional support and design. And she's leaving Time and Date at the end of the year. Thank you, Ingi. We love you. Best wishes from all of us. So go to timeanddate.live. That's where you see all the busy bees working away, and you can find our live news feed, updates on the eclipse, our partners, pictures, lots more. And we will see you back here very soon. You're watching a total lunar eclipse with Time and Date here from the Time and Date headquarters in Stavanger, Norway. We've got about 50 minutes to go of the second partial phase. Earth's dark shadow is moving away from the face of the moon. Looking down at the clock there, 12:01 UTC, and looking over at our timeline there, where we're seeing that we're at the end of totality. We're actually quite into the partial third into the second partial phase there, but we've still got plenty of action going on in the sky still, so don't go away. This is the last lunar eclipse until 2025, but I have some amazing solar eclipses coming up. We've been talking to Matt about the eclipse coming up in Australia in April, and then we're going to be talking to Peggy Bolen from the Roswell Astronomy Club later on, interviewing her later on in the show. And yeah, Graham, there's some exciting stuff still happening in the sky.
There is. Anna, the 2020s are something of a golden decade for solar eclipses. And we have two very exciting solar eclipses coming up next year, 2023.
Yeah.
We have a total solar eclipse that is crossing a small part of Western Australia. And we have an annular solar eclipse that will be passing across North America and South America. We can take a very quick look at a map for these eclipses. We can bring up here. This is the map for the Australia total solar eclipse. This is April 20th, 2023. Here we see Australia, and on the left-hand side of the map, we see that very, very narrow reddish pinkish path. This is the path of totality. You need to be somewhere in that very small strip to see the moon completely cover the face of the sun. And the remarkable thing about this eclipse is that path of totality, it starts off across the Indian Ocean, but it just clips a small peninsula of Western Australia. This is the Northwest Cape, and this very narrow path just clips this small peninsula, and it means we will have about 1 minute of totality there on the Northwest Cape. We will be there. We are teaming up with Matt at Perth Observatory, and our very own Stefan Thorsen will be there with his telescopes, and this is coming up on April the 20th, 2023. 6 months later, we have an annular solar eclipse. Now, an annular solar eclipse happens when the moon is a bit further away and is a bit smaller in the sky, so it doesn't quite cover the sun completely. Instead, it gets silhouetted against the sun, and we have the effect of a very narrow ring of fire in the sky. Just as we looked at the path of totality for the Australian total eclipse, we can have a look at the path of annularity for the annular eclipse, and we can bring that up here. So this pink path that's going across the southwestern corner of the United States, this is where you can see annularity, this ring of fire in the sky. It comes in from the Pacific, it crosses the US from Oregon to Texas, it then goes out into the Gulf of Mexico, and then through Central America, Colombia, Brazil, ends up in the Atlantic Ocean. One thing we should say on our maps here, Anna, is that we've also got some cloud coverage on here.
See the dirty bits of clouds.
That's right. Yeah. So this is using our cloud tool. It's based on satellite data for the past 20 years, and it shows the average cloud cover around October 14th, which is the date of the annular eclipse. And we can see that, there is a lot of cloud generally over the eastern half of the United States, but that southwestern corner of the United States is, historically around October 14th. It's generally cloud free. It's looking good. So of course, the fingers crossed for clear skies on October 14th for that annular solar eclipse. And again, we'll be covering that live. And for that, our mobile observatory will be in Roswell, New Mexico.
So make sure you hit subscribe on our YouTube channel so you don't miss it. Make sure to check us out on timeanddate.live. But we've also, I want to recap, we've got this total solar eclipse coming up in Australia in April 2023. In October, we've got a second solar eclipse, and it's in the world famous city of Roswell, New Mexico. And then we've got a little alien pointing there at the Ring of Fire. And that's why we're going to be talking to Peggy Bolin next. She's the president of the Roswell Astronomy Club. And she's the reason we were in Roswell for the lunar eclipse as well, but had to find the clear skies. And we're crossing our fingers still for clear skies in 2023. And it looks like that on the map. So take a look at timeanddate.live. While you're in there, click subscribe. Make sure you don't miss out on our future live shows. And we're going to be back talking to Peggy at 5 o'clock in the morning in Roswell. You're watching timeanddate.com. We're streaming this total lunar eclipse from across the globe. The moon has already set in New York. We can't see it here on our screen. We've got two moons there going from Tucson, Arizona. The moon will set near the end of partial there, but it has just risen, or almost just risen, in Perth in Western Australia. They've got some beautiful clouds going across there from footage from Perth Observatory, but they're not at the observatory. They're on the beach and looking at that beautiful eclipsed moon. So we've got a lot of things happening on the screen here, and there's about to be more. We've managed to catch up with Peggy Boleyn. She's the president of the Roswell Astronomy Club, and our mobile observatory, they're streaming from Tucson, obviously, but they were supposed to join her in Roswell. So Peggy, commiserations on the weather. How are you? Where are you?
Here I thought we were going to have clear skies, and nope. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning, cloud cover, 100%. I'm like, shoot.
And you're in the right place for clear skies, but where are you right now? Obviously you're not on a rooftop in downtown Roswell.
No. I'm sitting in my family room in west part of Roswell. So I stepped outside, still cloud covered. I'm like, darn it. So yeah.
And it's fairly early morning for you there. Yeah.
Yes.
It's what, 5:30ish for you in the morning? 5:20, I
Yes,
guess it is.
5:30.
Local time. So yeah. So early. So thank you for getting up and talking to us anyways.
Yeah, thanks for getting up, Peggy. And we're so disappointed that our mobile observatory team is not there with you on a rooftop in downtown Roswell at the moment. But we know that Stefan and Konstantin spent the weekend with you there. You were doing some looking ahead to the solar eclipse next year, and they were meeting some of the Roswell Astronomy Club as well. And yes, how was the weekend with the mobile observatory team?
Oh, they're wonderful people. We had so much fun. We went out to lunch together, and then they came over to my house for dinner. And then we went out to dinner the following evening. And so we had good connections with them, and we talked a lot about next year, which is great. So we're getting some plans for next year.
Yeah, excellent. And we're definitely excited about collaborating with you again next year. Peggy, could you tell us a little about the Roswell Astronomy Club?
Sure. The Roswell Astronomy Club has been around for over 50 years. And we have over 30 members. It's a nice sized group. We are pretty active in the community. When there's events, we go. Like we had the Dragonfly Festival. We had a table there. At the Science and Art Festival in Roswell, we had a table there. So we're trying to get out to the public and get them to understand about that there is a club, Roswell Astronomy Club, and that we do moon gazes and star parties and other things, so that people can see the moon through the telescope, can see Saturn and Jupiter and some other celestial beings through, or bodies, not beings, through the telescope. But anyway, so it's a good club. I mean, and we've got some real good active members, and so it's nice. They're good people.
Yeah, it sounds terrific. And hey, so we're just under a year to go until this big annular solar eclipse. We were looking at a map earlier, and the path of annularity crosses the southwestern corner of the United States from Oregon down through Texas. Peggy, for anyone that's starting to think ahead and plan ahead and is looking at a map and thinking where to go for this eclipse, why is Roswell a good place to come for next year's eclipse?
Well, it's not a huge city. like Dallas or Albuquerque. It's not a teeny town. We have a lot to offer, being a city of about 50,000 people. We have good hotels. We have great restaurants. There's a lot to see in the southeast area of New Mexico that people don't realize. Carlsbad Caverns, for one, is one of the national parks. We have Bottomless Lakes, Bitter Lake National Refuge. Hey, we have aliens here. We have UFOs. I mean, our downtown is so quirky and adorable. The UFO museum. Our McDonald's is in the shape of a spaceship. I mean, we have all these. If you like aliens, this is the place to go if you're going to see something cool, fantastic, having to do with a solar eclipse. So Roswell is a nice place to be, and plus, hopefully, we'll have clear skies. I mean, we normally do. So this is like a weird thing, having cloud cover like this. So don't be afraid. And plus, one thing that people, outsiders, if you're trying to book a room right now for this annular solar eclipse, a lot of hotels in Roswell have not heard, or probably aren't aware, that we're going to have people showing up here, and so they might not have done anything with the prices of the hotel yet, as some places do. So, it could be a good thing to get your hotel room now, and then instead of waiting till March or September. September would be bad probably, because by then, hopefully, the public will know.
Yeah, excellent. And hopefully we've got the bad luck with the clouds out of the way with this eclipse.
Exactly.
And so at the next eclipse, we'll be back to the famously clear skies of New Mexico and the Southwest. And
you've got me really excited,
yes,
Peggy, to come to Roswell next year, and hopefully we will be there.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the plan. We're nearing the end of this eclipse. We've still got the end of the partial phase to enjoy, so stay with us. Check out timeanddate.live for updates about the eclipse, and thank you, Peggy, for joining us, and we will be back.
You bet.
You've been watching a total lunar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. The partial phase is ending about now. We've got 3 telescope feeds still going strong. We know that the sun has just risen in the moon has just risen in Perth, Australia, in Hawaii, in Waimea. It's still pretty much overhead, and in Tucson, Arizona, we can see that the image is kind of wobbly there. It means that the moon is quite low in the sky. It's going through has to go through some thick horizon there, some thick atmosphere on the horizon. And we've got, I don't think it's clouds, I think it's trees, cactuses. I think that's what Stefan told us in the break. So that's starting to cover up the moon there as it's setting in Tucson, Arizona. There's always something interesting in the sky, so keep an eye on our social media channels, our news articles, and our night sky map is a really great tool to go in and look at planets, look at the moon, look at the sun, and look at their position in relation to each other. So there's a lot of fun going on in the sky.
As you say, Anna, there's always something interesting in the sky. Back in September, Time and Date was at the Europlanet Science Congress, which is it's a big annual get-together of planetary scientists and astronomers and science communicators. We were chairing a session on astronomy outreach and using live broadcasts of things like eclipses, to do outreach to the public. We also did a small presentation on some of the astronomy highlights coming up throughout the 2020s and 2030s, over the next 20 years or so. We were looking at notable eclipses that were coming up, and also some notable conjunctions and close approaches where planets appear to get close together in the sky. And by the way, on the screen there, that definitely looks like the moon setting behind some trees. There in Tucson. That's
some beautiful leaves going on there.
That is quite a spectacular moon set.
Interrupted by the moon.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, we were talking about close approaches of planets. Yes, we were highlighting some of the forthcoming closest approaches. One of them is happening very soon in January. In fact, on January 22nd next year, there is a close approach between Venus and Saturn in the early evening sky. And I think we can just very quickly bring up an image from our night sky map, which is showing the view from New York on the evening of January 22nd. This is at 17:30 local time. We can see a very thin crescent moon just about to set. And above that, there is that very bright star. That in fact is not a bright star. That in fact is 2 planets very close together. That is Venus and Saturn. They will be separated by just 1/3 of a degree in the sky, which is extremely close.
How did you do it with your little finger?
Right, so 1 degree is kind of the width of your little finger at arm's length. So 1/3 of the width of your little finger at arm's length will be the distance between Venus and Saturn in the sky. Yes, we have, as you say, there's always something interesting happening. So yes, it's good to keep an eye on our social media channels, on our news pages, and on our website for everything that's happening in astronomy.
But unfortunately, we're nearing the end of this eclipse, and what an eclipse it has been. And we owe it to our beautiful and very talented partners that we've been working with several times now. So in Hawaii, we've got Ichi Tanaka and his team at the Subaru Asahi Star Camera. They're the ones that gave us that beautiful wide angle of the sky with the dome there on the side. Also in Hawaii, the Starry Nights. And we're all still looking at images of the moon from Waimea, Hawaii. That's Preeti, Krishnamurti, and Avinash Surendran there. In Perth, we were talking to Matt. He's our favourite Australian. He was with Perth Observatory. I think, yep, we got the moon up there right in time. In New York, Kat Troche from the Amateur Astronomers Association was streaming us images of the moon there, and the moon has set in New York. Alas, in San Diego, Dave Decker and Gary Hawkins, their 5th time working with us, they had to just give it up. San Diego Astronomy Association did not have any good luck with the clouds this year. Peggy Berlin, we just talked to her, and her colleagues at Roswell Astronomy Club have been really helpful, making Stefan Thorsen and Konstantin Bikos very, very comfortable and happy there in Roswell, Australia. And there they are in Tucson, Arizona. We see the moon is covered by leaves there. They can finally get some rest. So thank you so much to Konstantin Bikos and Stefan Thorsen at the Time and Date Marble Observatory in Arizona. As always, check out our newsfeed on timeanddate.live. We put all kinds of resources there, links to our astronomy tools, our night sky map, all the good things that we do here at Time and Date. And make sure to subscribe to YouTube. We've got solar eclipses coming out of our ears next year, so we're excited about that. We're going to leave you with these gorgeous pictures on the screen. But from me, Anna Buckle and Graham Jones, we'll see you in April. Time and Date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Stefan.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the devil's horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on Time and Date. And subscribe to join us next time.